Dare I ask what the heck you're talking about while you ban that person? Well, ban the bot. Thank you. So, anyways, yeah, what is going on with you? That you're talking about me saving you from Rippy. Look at the meme channel. Oh. Uh-oh. I have missed something. Drugs are most definitely involved. Okay. Right. I think that calibrates everything correctly. Still trying out the hopefully better face tracking, which is having questionable results right now. But let's see how it does. For now, this is where we are. Hope you've all had a good week. Hope things have been going well. Hope you're looking forward to a good weekend. So tonight we've got a bunch of stuff. We're gonna get a reaction out of the way up front. After which I've got some news and or discussion things to talk about, including some tech stuff. I am technically a tech and finance VTuber, though I barely ever touch those two subjects. So we will be talking about some of that kind of stuff, news type things. And then instead of our usual casual Friday, I'm going to be doing a grab bag of a bunch of different games. I was going to get Doom the Dark Ages. Then it released at $70. And I took the $60 I had put aside to buy Doom and ended up spending $70 anyways. But I got like 6 different games for the same price. And we're gonna do 2 or 3 of them tonight. because I have not yet broken my promise to not actually give into the stupid price hikes that are currently going on, and I do not intend to just because it's Doom. I paid $50 for Tears of the Kingdom, which I think is actually the only $70 game I own, anyways. Right, yeah, Advance Wars and Echoes of Wisdom were both $60 games, though I didn't pay $60 for either of those either. Yeah. So I took the Doom money and just expanded my library. We will discuss some of the games, not all of them, but some of the games I picked up later. In the meantime, though, we're going to start with the reaction, which is... Right, that's the wrong mouse. Another Brandon Herrera gun meme review. Seth Rogen dropped his SIG P320, which, for those unfamiliar, SIG has been having more problems. The 320 and its variations are really, really notorious for going off. Definitely when you drop them, but sometimes even just randomly. The comment is that the the common argument about gun control is that guns don't kill people, people kill people. The SIG 320 is an actual gun that kills people. And there are lawsuits and criminal cases to prove that, so I don't want to hear anything, SIG. And they have been very angry over this. I highly suspect that what's going on with the SIG Spear, the XM7, the new battle rifle, is an attempt to toss them a lifeline, given the issues that they are presently having, by giving them a fat contract to sort of make up for all the expense they're putting into the problems with the 320, which, by the way, the 320 is the new 17 or 18 handgun that the military is using as well. And then the XM7 has been put out by SIG, and a new report has just come out that has basically said that the performance reports of the new SIG Spear have all been basically rewritten from the actual feedback, and the SIG Spear is actually a nightmare besides just its low ammo count and high recoil. There are issues with the barrels not lasting as long as they're supposed to. There are issues with parts breakages. There are issues with frequent jams. I have been saying since the beginning that this gun is going to get people killed, and I just remain convinced that it will. So that is my sort of intro to some background going on with SIG. I don't know what Brandon specifically will get into with this, but and the M16. M16 was a nightmare. Well, I guess the M16 isn't technically a fair comparison, because unlike the SIG Spear, the M16 was actually not manufactured correctly. Yeah, the M16 got better, but it got better because they followed the instructions. The M16's problems are it was not actually manufactured correctly in the initial military release. The civilian version of AR pattern rifles was actually better because they were actually following the model that they were supposed to use to make the rifle, while the military cut corners. So it got better because they followed the instructions. They weren't chroming the barrel, which then was standard practice to prevent corrosion and stuff. They cut corners on a bunch of different quality controls and materials. The story of the early deployment of the M16 is an absolute nightmare, but the difference is it was made incorrectly, and then they followed the instructions. the SIG spear is being made according to how SIG wants it to be made, and it isn't working. That is not good. So, yeah, that is my short little tangent leading into this. I don't know what's up with the Seth Rogen thing. If he actually dropped his 320, I hope he's okay. I might not care for him as an actor, but I hope he's okay. That's not good. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to preface this with, so I'm just going to get out of the way, and we are going to see what nonsense Brandon is up to. Why does it do that? It doesn't do that on any other window but this one. Oh, you you came really close. I'm still not going to, but I will allow your message to stand. You will not be immediately banned, but you get one. If you do a second one, then I will ban you. Or, I guess more accurately, then I will have up to ban you. You get a single chat advertisement. I don't know what's going on with my tracking. If you follow as a bot. Otherwise, instant bans. Well, keep an eye, because if they send a second one, that's violating my terms and services. Anyways. But no, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you come to me begging for any kind of give me money and I'll give you something, you need to give me the something first. Then you will get your money. It's like if I go to an artist and say, hi, I want art and I will give you money, it is perfectly fine for them to say, okay, give me money first. You initiated it, you're going to have to front it first. So, anyways. Brandon.
What is up, you sexy YouTube mother lovers, and welcome back to another episode of Gun Meme Review. Let's talk about it right off the bat. Yes, I am moved into the new studio space that we are setting up, which is why it's echoey as fuck, and we haven't set up the lighting or the gun wall or anything like that yet. It's there on the ground, we just need to set it up and put the guns up on it, but I promise you, the gun wall is making a comeback. A lot of you guys in the comments were concerned that we weren't going to do another gun wall. Don't worry, we're making this gun wall better than ever. It's gonna be a great wall.
Oh.
Some would say the best. We are gonna make my gun wall great again. Anyway, sorry for the delay on videos too. I was, moving everything over into the new studio. On top of taking a trip to Montana to go fly fighter jets with the new head of NASA. Because I don't fucking know what this job is anymore, but I am a red-blooded male with
I want his job.
So I am not fucking saying no to that. But we are now back and ready to jump
I
right
want
into an
that
episode
job.
of Gun Meme Review. Got a lot of topics to cover this time, including everyone's favorite, SIG. We are now just over 2 months since it ended today. And the memes have quieted down a little bit. I think people are starting to forget. But there have been a lot of good ones that come out recently, especially after the video that we did a couple weeks ago, so fuck it.
That was like 8 years ago, asshole. People don't forget.
When you told your friend not to buy a SIG P320, but he didn't listen, and now it's too late. I know there are people watching this video who work for SIG right now, and I just have to ask you, how big of a cutout of my face is on top of the dartboard in the PR department? How the 9mm in my P320's chamber looks at my dick and balls when I holster at the 1 o'clock position. A holstered SIG P320 looks at your femoral artery the same way a 200-pound pit bull named Princess looks at a 4-year-old playing hopscotch. Now this next clip, I'm not exaggerating here when I say that this is probably the most submitted meme we've ever had for Gun Meme Review. For those of you who don't know, Call of Duty has added Seth Rogen as a character that you can play in multiplayer or whatever, because Call of Duty's dead. And it was dead a long time before you could melee Nicki Minaj to death as home.
they actually proved somewhere that the new games are just reskinned old games. I need to find that again, but someone actually proved that underneath the hood, the new games are just reskinned old games.
Homelander.
I was born to,
And before you could melee Nicki Minaj to death as Homelander.
I was born too early.
But yeah, Seth Rogen's in the game, complete with his own, finishing moves and whatnot. And this one, just...
Experience the evolution.
The joke just writes itself.
Ow!
And it's funnier than anything Seth Rogen's ever said.
I'm not here. Oh, Jesus! Holy cock! Fuck you!
Now, we beat this dead horse till it's glue. I get it. And I'd like to say that I could drop it. No, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but freedom is disappearing fast.
That clip
Freedom to
hurts.
protect yourself, live how you want, even to control your own money. The system's grip is tightening, and their favorite weapon? Debt. Specifically crippling, soul-crushing debt. If you're buried in credit cards, loans, or medical bills, you're not in control anymore. The banks are. But you can fight back with PDS
How is Brandon foreshadowing? How is Brandon foreshadowing something I'm going to talk about?
debt. PDS Debt is a trusted solution that has helped tens of thousands of people break free and take control of their future. They analyze your unique financial situation and personalize a plan just for you. And there's no minimum credit score required. They're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and get your money back where it belongs, in your own pocket. They're also A+ rated on the Better Business Bureau and have hundreds of 5-star reviews. So you could be 30 seconds away from starting the journey to be debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/bh. One more time for the people in the back, pdsdebt.com/bh. Speaking of bad news for SIG, it's been alleged that some of their MIMD parts, which is metal injection molding, which is usually smaller components and stuff like that in firearms, some of them have been manufactured in India, which if you haven't picked up a newspaper recently, that would make you pretty normal. If you haven't looked at your racist Twitter feed, pretty unfucking cool at the moment. SIG using Indian-made parts. Fucking nuclear war. Yeah, if you weren't familiar, India and Pakistan are both nuclear powers. So SIG might want to start shopping around for some quotes pretty soon, but also a rivalry between two nuclear powers escalating to a hot war. Probably not a good thing.
Yeah.
I know, hot take, right? I've seen people sharing memes like, I wish Pakistan and India a very happy mutual destruction. And that, while admittedly very funny for memes, probably not the most well thought out take.
That missile is targeted to the Giant's current position! Where's the Giant, Mansley? What? Oh.
Just, for starters.
Yeah.
Hopefully this conflict gets resolved peacefully, but at least I hope it doesn't escalate to a nuclear conflict, because that's just a completely different ordeal. Now, purely from a small arms technology standpoint, this might be an interesting matchup, because you have the barefoot wizards of Khyber Pass and all the crazy shit that they cook up over in Pakistan against the Indian military.
We should probably do a Khyber Pass video at some point. The stuff that comes out of there is nuts. The stuff, I'm serious, the stuff coming out of Khyber Pass is absolutely crazy.
Pass and all the crazy shit that they cook up over in Pakistan against the Indian military, who, well, Indians after developing the worst modern military service rifle in existence. If you're not familiar what the INSAS is, it was India's attempt to develop their own combat, fighting rifle.
I am not familiar with this one, so I'm gonna learn something.
Chambered in 5.56, and it borrowed quite a lot from the AK platform. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's basically India doing a shittier Galil. It is widely regarded as one of the worst combat weapon systems ever built. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks like it might be kind of cool, but from everybody that has weighed in on it, it's pretty much just shit. And India and shit go together like, well, India and shit. And if you're mad about that last comment, let me just remind you that one of the most popular photos floating around of the INSAS rifle, it's literally sitting in shit. I don't make the rules. I'm not happy about this. I just notice shit. I mean, there's so many examples of how to do it properly, you know? When the Cold War service rifle got a long stroke gas piston. All right, let me see here. We got the Galil up top. I think that's an FNC, a SIG 550 series, a Beretta AR-70, which coming soon, by the way,
Ooh.
and a Daewoo at the bottom, which also coming soon, and
Woohoo!
I might have an interesting guest star for that. We'll see. We might have to find a roof to film that video on. But only if you guys are good little boys and girls. On today's episode of Brandon Figures Out Who in His Audience Has a Praise Kink.
A little nervous
Now, I know
here.
lately on Gun Meme Review, it's usually like one central theme, and then maybe we'll sprinkle in some just random gun memes here and there. This episode, we just have a bunch of fucking random gun memes that I've collected over the last few months that, I don't know, they bring me joy. So let's go back to the basics of you and I, shall we? What makes Gun Meme Review Gun Meme Review? Firearms expert reacts to fictional guns. Yeah, that probably wouldn't work in real life. I know that's supposed to be like Jonathan Ferguson, most likely, that they're talking about here, but I feel like I'm kind of getting some collateral on this one. In my defense,
Just a bit.
Fuck you. 20th century gun development be like, where the fuck do we put the sights? Really high up, really low down, really far back, really far forward, on the side? I just need to include that STG 44 variant that's just like a curved barrel that has like the little mirrored shit on it.
90
Fuck it,
degrees
we
from the
fractal
target.
Sights. Where we put the sights? Fuck it. Round a Kona. Fuck rock, salt, and nails. Home intruders get to go to the pocket dimension. That's just fucking gnarly, dude. Imagine breaking into somebody's house, you hear a loud bang, and then suddenly your skin hurts, and you're being chased by the Hat Man and a bunch of spiders. When you're cleaning your rifle after the range, and now your ear...
Oh, that... I feel that one personally for several reasons. That is quite the meme. So, that one might be up to... It might be mine too. Coming from someone who has seen the Hat Man, and not the way that you think I have. I was a little kid at the time, so it wasn't that I intentionally took too much Benadryl, which you should never do. Absolutely not. That is a terrible idea. It was the fact that I was tiny and skinny, and we didn't know how much Benadryl I should actually take. And so I was like, I don't know, maybe 7 at the time, maybe 6, something. I was really young and having a allergic reaction, and so I was given some Benadryl, and it was apparently too much for me at that tiny little age, and I have seen that. I saw the Hat Man way back then, and in fact my multiple times, and in fact, it is my experiences as a little kid with that is why I will generally just suffer through most allergic reactions if I have to, rather than take Benadryl. I don't take Benadryl unless I absolutely have to, and I haven't for a long time. So I feel that one personally, and hate to say it, but I'm looking at that shell thinking, that seems like it might actually be something to do to intruders. Band please. They did not follow. Those are the rules. Thank you. So yeah, anytime Hat Man anything comes up, I get really, really nervous. And like, but that one is also really, really funny. Yeah, that's, I do, that is a little bit hitting close to home there. Do not do that, though. Never, do not do that intentionally. That is bad.
Ears are ringing and your cat magically turned into modern art. Your rifle, Batman and a bunch of spiders. When you're cleaning your rifle after the range and now your ears are ringing and your cat magically turned into modern art. Fucking reminds me of that scene from Boondock Saints.
I'm doing it. It is.
Traffic jams, but my Glock don't. It seems like something that would come from fucking Dracula.
That is not where I thought that was
Rome
going.
wasn't built in a day, but this 9mm certainly was. Give me the fucking fentanyl.
The USFA Zip 22.
Okay.
Sometimes life is like cock and ball torture. Without the cock and balls. I
Ow.
am in Spain. And the S is silent. Yeah, the Zip 22 still, in my opinion, probably one of the worst fucking guns ever made. We just did a video on that a couple weeks ago. And if you think it's a shit gun, just wait. When the sound design for gunfire in a movie is perfect. Speaking of which, guys, if you have not gotten a chance to go see the movie Warfare, it is fucking incredible.
I haven't even
Probably
heard
one
of
the
this
better
movie.
war movies I've ever seen. Not like in a dramatic, like Saving Private Ryan way, but like it's just it is everything's very, I guess raw is the right word for that. Gunplay is immaculate. Sound design, everything's fucking good. If you're a gun guy, go watch it. If you're a fan of military stuff, go watch it. We let A24 cook again, and they gave us a banquet. When you finally buy your dream gun, but it jams constantly and is kind of shit. Fucking story of our lives.
Oh
brother.
my gosh,
Had
yes.
the opportunity to play with a lot of cool guns, and I've acquired a lot of cool stuff in the reference library. And man, the one thing I learned is that some stuff is popular for a reason, and some stuff never took off for a fucking reason. I actually got this post from Zach, as my shop manager. He said, "Me with every cool 60s to 80s rare gun that Brandon Herrera buys and brings to the shop. I still love them." Yeah, something doesn't have to be good for you to love it. I mean, look at Nicolas Cage.
I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire!
This is my brush. This is my paint.
Before we move on, that was me with my Springfield Hellcat. Now, in my case, it turned out the barrel was just sold misaligned. But yeah, that was me with my Springfield Hellcat, where I couldn't hit the broadside of the barn. Well, it wasn't misaligned, it was loose. That's what it was. I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, and I'm sitting here going, I spent a lot of money on this thing. What is happening? Thankfully, now it shoots where I point it.
I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire!
This is my brush. This is my paint. And this is my canvas.
Oh,
Never fucking fails.
Yeah.
The arch nemesis of the underpaid gun store employee. Some hood rat with a Draco who's never been there before, and the buddy he brought recording him on a fucking Android. I've been to
Yeah.
some indoor ranges, like no shit. Like, you know how you have like 6 to 10 bays, and then on either side you have the walls and everything on like the, you know, obviously the berm and everything's bulletproof, but you got those bulletproof panels on the side. I've been to the far left bay, and somehow, like 3 or 4 feet out, there are holes in the wall from where people have somehow managed to shoot the side of the fucking wall. Honestly, I'm impressed. It's a gift. It's a skill.
I can tell you exactly how they're doing that. Gangsta style, sideways shooting. I don't even need to think about it. And I know that that's exactly how they're going into the wall.
POV, it's 1953, and you ask the blonde-haired, blue-eyed French Foreign Legion member in Vietnam what he was doing between 1939 and 1945 and why he's so proficient with the MG42. What are you, a cop? Motherfuckers boycotting Tesla because it's run by a Nazi and then go out and buy a fucking BMW and Volkswagen. Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or any German manufacturing company what they did between 1939 and 1945. It's courtesy. I'm a special agent.
I'm gonna make that even worse with the Volkswagen one. They recently had a scandal where they incidentally had put in, as part of a company progress type announcement, work will make us free. That was not good.
Between 1939 and 1945. It's courtesy. I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And what can we do for the Department of Regulating Everything People Like? That one's just throwing a bone to the
Accurate.
anime weebs out there. You guys might be a little weird, but I still love you too. Just, more deodorant, please. Know your gun owner, Nathan.
Yeah, that's if you look that up sometime, you will find that is a thing that happened.
Just more deodorant, please. Know your gun owner, Nathan, the wealthy Texan. 35 to 50 years old. Lots of Texas-shaped decorations around the house. 3 to 4 kids, exposed them to guns in their early years. Rock Island auction regular. This is getting a little close to home. Massive collection of Gucci guns and gear, all bought for the purpose of killing hogs and coyotes. Wears a button-down long sleeve, blue jeans, and cowboy boots in 106-degree weather. Southern hospitality stat maxed out. Sweet tea in his Camelback. Man, I'm fixing to get me a hog. Go pull the Polaris out the garage and help me grab the Barrett. Doesn't care about gun laws. Thinks his wealth and large property will protect him. Gets drunk and lowballs fuds on Gunbroker for fun. All right,
Hi,
fuck
Brandon.
that. Fuck this meme. That is like, the only thing I'm missing are the fucking kids. He even has an M82A2 in the picture, which is fucking funny because I've got, I think, one of the only ones in civilian hands. We need to bring that out more. That's gonna go on the gun wall. What? Okay, that's actually a good point to bring up. What do you guys want to see behind me on the gun wall? Because we're
Everything.
doing the gun wall completely new now. We're probably gonna have a little bit more space. Which guns from my collection would you like to see up on that wall?
Everything.
Also, on a real note, I
Make
do
the
wanna
cursed
take a
ones
moment
front
to
and
thank
center.
You guys for your support on the unsubscribe side of things. Where we had our good friend Rich from Angry Cops came on and kind of blew the whistle on a lot of stuff that's going on in the Buffalo public school system.
Yes,
Some very
check this
uncool
out.
things that the
That's
schools are
important.
trying to cover up when it comes to children, and you can, I'm sure, fill in the blanks if you're not familiar. But thanks to the amount of attention you guys have helped us bring to this issue, multiple investigations have been launched. One of the perpetrators was moved up from a misdemeanor to several felonies. So again, thank you guys so much for your help on that. If you're not familiar, the video is available on the Unsubscribe podcast channel. But yeah, Rich came and spoke out about some things that were going down that were just, he couldn't deal with anymore. And then they started going after Rich. Instead of, just protecting the kids, they decided to go after our friend, which if you know anything about this friend group, you don't fucking do. The people that I'm friends with, I'm willing to take a bullet for, and in this instance, it's just an added bonus that we're able to really stick it to some people that are failing to do their job and protect kids. So keep up the pressure. I just wanted to thank you guys for that. And if you're not familiar with it, please check out the video. I'll go ahead and leave the link to that in the description. But yeah, I think that just about wraps up this episode of Gun Meme Review. Next time you see me here in the studio, I hope I'll have the gun wall up, or at least in a better state than this blank wall behind me now. I promise I am making this video of my own free will. I am not under duress, and I have not been kidnapped by the cartel and being held in a blank room. Got some really cool stuff coming up on the horizon, so if you're not already subscribed, be sure to do that. And if you think you're already subscribed, again, please double check, because YouTube occasionally just unsubscribes people. It sounds weird, but every time I say it, people are in the comments saying that it happened to them. So if you don't mind, just double check. Yeah, otherwise, thank you guys so much for staying to the end of the video. And as always, I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers in the next one. Thanks.
I have not I've mentioned that before. I have not directly dug into that purely on the basis, I'm using the wrong mouse again, purely on the basis that it will take, it's hours and hours and hours worth of viewing in order to go over everything. Maybe I will turn around and do something with it. But at the moment, I'm just going to say, please check out those videos and on your own, give them more views and likes and help spread the word with that. Thankfully, it appears that they have shot themselves in the foot and are seriously in trouble over it right now. But yeah, the Buffalo school thing is big. Also, something I meant to mention earlier in the video and then got distracted by being confused is a lot of people haven't realized that in the conflict between India and Pakistan, Pakistan is actually fighting two wars right now. Balochistan, which is a section that's like half of the country, a little under half the country, I think, is in the process of rebelling and is claiming that they have now managed to wrest control of 80% of the territory away from Pakistan. And they have declared independence. They have requested the United Nations and India to recognize them as an independent nation. It doesn't, what little information is coming out there. Most of the mainstream news doesn't care about them, but what little information is coming out there does seem to imply that Pakistan is not winning that war. So they're fighting a war, 2 different wars on 2 different fronts, and if they decide to actually team up and coordinate, it could go really bad for Pakistan. Pakistan's fighting 2 wars and 3 border skirmishes. Okay, that's fair. They have managed to annoy all of their neighbors. So that is just a little blurb in addition I meant to mention when he showed the stuff with the conflict. Throwing it in here at the end. But yeah, Brandon Herrera, Seth Rogen dropped his SIG P320. Latest gun meme review. There were not near as many memes in that meme review as there normally are. But I guess there's just so much news going around that's being memed that it needs to be talked about. I have linked the video to all the relevant places, I believe. And we will move on to the next phase of the stream. You go away now. So we're going to get into a couple of the news things first. Let me see if I can do... some background music. I hope I have that volume right. China and Russian skirmish constantly, just not to the degree anyone knows as compared to actual stuff they are getting into. Fair. So the couple things that I want to talk about in our little news blog. First thing is Nintendo related. That is, I think that's a little loud now for me talking. Anyways. Music is drowning out. Yeah, I thought so. It initially seemed fine, and then it keeps getting louder. Stop it! I think now we have balanced it better. I hope now we have balanced it better. It kept getting louder, and I'm sitting here going, no, stop it. I've turned it down 4 times. Anyways. Let's see if that does it, shall we? I'm hoping that does it. So the first thing that I want to talk about is Nintendo, and I know I'm a little late. I briefly mentioned this, but I want to repeat it because some people haven't seen it, and I would like to mention something that I haven't really seen anyone talking about. Stop crescendoing. No. Stay down. Down. Nintendo. So they put out new terms of service, which have basically admitted that the new Switch 2 is going to be a dead-on arrival, despite people having sold it out because of course you people did, after all the complaining about the price increases. None of you could control yourselves. Where they are now saying, 1, forced arbitration if you sign their new terms of service, which I have not. I have not signed the new terms of service, Nintendo. Don't you dare start. Forced arbitration for any lawsuits, because remember the early controllers were breaking all the time and people were suing them for providing a crap product. People talk about how, consumers are entitled. You are entitled to the thing you pay for. That is how it works. You are actually entitled to the thing that you pay for when you pay for it. That is the deal. That is how it works. Anyways. And also, they have announced that if they suspect you of doing anything they do not like with their system and games, hacking, emulating, whatever, they will just brick your device. Your multi-$100 device and anything plugged into it, gone, dead, permanently. That is very draconian, and I can't wait to see the backlash when the Switch 2 comes out. I don't think they understand that what they're doing is going to push a lot of people into piracy and other less savory tactics, because if you play the game in a way that Nintendo has no control over, then they can't brick your machine. So I really don't think they thought that through the way that they think they have. The big thing that I wanted to mention was going back to the forced arbitration. From that perspective, signing is actually not... If you're in the United States, signing is actually not a bad idea, because you can make Nintendo regret it. California is finally pulling its weight for once. I think there's a few other states that do this, where they force the company whose contract or terms of service it is to pay for forced arbitration for you. Win or lose, they have to pay for the forced arbitration. So if you file against them in California or any other states that do this, now instead of having one class action lawsuit that Nintendo only has to pay to deal with, and then the collective people are sort of hoping to win or having to collectively pay for or whatever, now Nintendo has to pay for each and every forced arbitration that is going on. Every single one individually. Both theirs and yours. Because in those states, that's the law. They can't say, well, if you win or if you lose. No, Nintendo has to front the full cost of the arbitration, because they are the ones who said you have to arbitrate. So, I just wanted to put that thing forward there. Now, we also know that unreasonable terms of service can get thrown out in court anyways, including forced arbitration. Now, you still gotta have a lawyer that knows how to argue it, but that is a thing. So, I just thought that I would put that out there on the Nintendo side, that if you can imagine, instead of having to face one class action lawsuit, Nintendo has to face 5,000 arbitrations that they have to pay for both sides for. Things can get a little more cathartic. Just a thought and some advice. Now, I think there is a clause where you can write in to opt out of the forced arbitration as well. I don't know the details of that, so I don't want to speak to it. But that's the first thing I wanted to bring up about in this little news section blurb, was just talking a little bit about the Nintendo thing. The next thing is relevant to the music we're listening to right now, Star Citizen. There has been several things in Star Citizen that have come up, and I've just figured I'd bring it up, even though I do not stream it very often for... Well, if you haven't been here before, my luck streaming the game is horrible. First of all, it is in free fly for Invictus launch week. You can go play the game for free, rent ships. Be warned, though, that this is when the servers are at their worst. Because they're handling the population of the game doing like a 10x. Having said that, though, issues have occurred with this with the current Invictus launch week. Some significant issues. So I'm going to address some of these. Some of these things that people are calling issues aren't actually issues. Some of them are. The first thing that we're going to talk about is the vehicle mods, where you get the flight blades and you can get weapon packs. And I'm going to adjust, and I'm going to sort of go over some of these different things in different orders, starting with stuff that people are talking about being an issue that are actually a non-issue, and then moving on to the stuff that are an actual issue. Now, weapon packs like the cannon modification for the cannon, the missile turrets, and stuff that people are excited about. There isn't a whole lot of concern about those that I have personally seen. The flight blades, though, were the first thing that people had trouble with. And don't worry, I will be talking about the elephant in the room. Where a lot of people are like, that's not fair that you can change the performance of your ship with these flight blades. There's 2 right now, and they're not for all ships, they're only for a few specific ships. One improves your flight's acceleration. It doesn't improve its total speed. It's just when you hit the boost, when you're going up the speed, it does it faster. And the other one improves its performance by increasing its rate of turn. And I believe that each one sacrifices performance in the other. Now, there are a lot of people who are complaining about this being buying skill. So I think that we're looking at a mix of people who don't actually understand how Star Citizen flight combat works, and people who do understand how Star Citizen flight combat works and are using that as an excuse to complain. While, yes, adjusting and tuning the performance of your ship is going to potentially improve your odds in combat or in escaping combat, we'll come back to this, it is still skill-based combat. You can buy the best ships in the game and tune them with the best equipment in the game and still get your butt handed to you because you just don't have any idea what you're doing. A good pilot can make use of a bad ship. A bad pilot will get blown up in a good ship. Now, where I think that this is coming in, that's adjusting the people that I don't think understand how combat in Star Citizen works. That buying these as a bad pilot are not really going to actually help you in combat, but as a good pilot, you can use these to min-max your combat style or your escape, which is where the other side of the coin comes in. Yes, we're talking about the LFG again. They have really loved the idea of being able to just engage an opponent and the opponent cannot get away. If they use these, they are going to favor the performance because they are fighting at combat speeds. They are maneuvering to keep their nose on target. The performance blade is going to help them with that. But if someone who doesn't want to fight has the speed blade installed, they can out-accelerate an opponent trying to engage them and burn away, get out of range and into nav mode while their opponent is trying to catch up to them. And I think that for the people who do understand how combat works and are still complaining about this, I think that is the problem they have, is that this is increasing the odds of a target being able to get away. The thing is, these are almost exclusively for fighter craft. So let's see, we've got the Avengers, Arrows, the Pisces, which is a little bit of but why, the Gladius, the Hammerhead, the MPUV, which is also a little bit but why, the Redeemer, and the Scorpius. So, with a few exceptions, the but whys, these are all combat ships. This is not affecting transports and freighters. And the but whys are the Pisces, which is a shuttlecraft, and the MPUV, which is a short-range utility craft. Everything else here is combat ships. So freighters are not going to be able to use these right now to be able to get away from targets. So that means that the pirates, the people who are actually doing PvP to be a pirate, are probably not the ones complaining about this. It's the people who just want to shoot down other players. Those are the primary non-issues. Oh wait, no, there's another non-issue, which is not only do you have the cannons and the missiles, but you also have bomb racks. These are only for size 3, which are not, size 3 is sort of like the effective missile. Size 1 are the tiny spammy missiles. Size 2 are the a little bit better missiles. Size 3 are kind of like the good missiles for fighter-to-fighter combat, general purpose use. So you're replacing those with bombs. And I saw someone I saw a bunch of people complaining about the fact that, well, what's the point in using these when you have when you have dedicated bombers? The point is that these things are the size of a 55 gallon oil drum. So you're dropping a reasonably sized bomb versus the A1 Spirit, which drops a... I'm trying to think of a good comparison. I want to say the Tall Boy, but I don't know how many people know what the Tall Boy is. Wait, no, I can get a picture of the Tall Boy. That's easy to solve. Duh. The A1 Spirit, which is the medium bomber, drops tall boy-sized bombs. The A2 Hercules drops car-sized bombs. The point of the bombers is that they are going to drop massive explosives that crater the entire battlefield, while with these, they're still a big bomb, but you're generally hitting more specific targets and using your multi-role fighter in more roles to multi-in. So, I personally consider the implementation of bomb racks to also be a non-issue. The issue that everyone had a problem with, and that I agree with, is this. Is the fact that not only are they charging real-world money for these components, but while they will be available to purchase in-game, they initially said it will be several months before they implement that. That is the thing that an enormous amount of people had issues with. The fact that they do this with ships, and with ships it's generally accepted that, oh, it's the new ship, it's the new shiny toy, that they gotta kind of do that to show it off and continue to push funding along. But people had issues to begin with releasing the smaller, cheaper ground vehicles, and people have really had issues with releasing actual components and gatekeeping them in this way. Now, CIG has done a 180 and announced that they will be making these available for purchase immediately in-game, so that you do not need to wait to be able to do that. But it's still a trend that no one wants to see happen, even the whales that have spent obscene amounts of money on this game. Far more than even I have, and I still consider myself to have been irresponsible. But money where my mouth is, I have not put money into this game in several years. And stuff like this just deters me from doing so even more. Now, there was a false accusation around this that I would like to clear up, not because I want to defend CIG, but because I feel that if we're going to criticize and if we're going to make complaints, we need to be accurate and we need to tell the truth and express things truthfully, because the more things that you make up in what's going on, the less weight your argument carries, because then people could say, well, you are making this up or you are inventing things. And I want to be as truthful as I can when it comes to this. Someone has, and I'm not going to name any names, at least one person though, has accused CIG of using server wipes to sell this kind of stuff. Where the idea is that they wipe the server, they reset everyone down to only what they own and are owed per purchase, and then you have to earn your way back up. And that then by doing that, people are incentivized to purchase more ships, purchase more components directly. CIG has, while CIG did have a recent server wipe in December, it had been 2 years since they had had the last server wipe instead of the every couple of months like was accused. CIG is actively trying to prevent as many server wipes as they can and will hold the servers together with duct tape and glue for as long as they can because they do not want to fall into that cycle. They have been very transparent and very clear about that. And so, and between server wipes has been longer and longer and longer. And so the idea that they are using server wipes to try to incentivize and push people into this as a pay-to-win model, well, we've already discussed that you're still not paying to win because you're still easy to shoot down. But no, they are not using server wipes to incentivize the purchase of components. I believe that if we had not pushed back against this, they may have been incentivized to try to push people towards purchased components. But I do not at this time believe that that is a business model that they are using. I think someone in marketing really pushed their luck, and thankfully the player base was able to tell them, no, we have tolerated this long enough and we will not continue to do so. And so that pushback happened, and thankfully they have rolled that back. That does, however, come down to the fact that there is a group of people in this game that have spent an incredible amount of money. And when someone who has spent literally thousands of dollars is telling you that this is too much, it is too much. They recently released the Idris properly, and its current prices are nuts. It is $15,000 if you spend new money on the game, and if you are playing the melting the ship game, because you can purchase ships and then melt them for the credit that you spent in order to buy new things, it is $19,000. Is $1,500 and $1,900. Excuse me, I added a zero there, which is still obscenely expensive. That is still horrifically expensive, even I think so. 15 and 19. Not 100, not 1,000. Now, these are very large warships that need like a minimum of 12 people to crew. So, from that perspective, 12 people, all pulling their money, it does get significantly cheaper per person. But I do sit here and go, what on earth is going on? But when those people, when people spending that much money on these ships are telling you this is too much, this is over a line, you need to listen. And also, people are sitting here saying, well, how do you... That people are spending that much money on ships? How are you ever supposed to get that ship in-game? In fact, people have been getting the ship without spending money on them for months. Months and months and months. Actually, it might be over a year now in-game already, and there's tons and tons of videos. I have participated in 2 separate boarding actions to just take Idris frigates. I got lost both times, so shush. But the point is that there are means to acquire the Idris in-game even before they actually released it, which is really unusual for how Star Citizen tends to handle it. So that is the one thing I will point out on the positive side of the Idris. However, I do sit here and look at the Idris as well and think, what on earth is going on? And how they handle it is they sell them in waves in limited numbers. They are always sold out immediately. Less than a minute after the wave starts. People have been tracking it. I don't understand. I do not understand. That is beyond me. But I also know that there is a huge kerfluffle going on about that. I probably should have led the Idris side of things by talking about that, where people are, rightfully so, freaking out about the fact that it is a $1,500/$1,900 ship. Though again, I do feel a need to point out that theoretically it is supposed to be a 12+ person vessel, where it is intended to be crewed by an entire organization of players, not individuals. And in fact, if an individual is flying it, it's probably an easy target. That doesn't make the expenditure any more nuts. I just wanted to point out that when you see someone doing that, they are either crazy or have a lot of friends, but I still don't understand the actual funding of it. So that is that. And I don't think I have anything else to talk Star Citizen. Things have been a little rougher, though, already, with this being the start of Star Citizen, of a free fly, excuse me. So be warned, things are happening. If you go in the free fly, the chat is probably going to be very, very spicy. Now I have a third and final thing that I want to talk about tonight. One man, Idris, look at me, Mom. I'm sitting. Pretty much. You know what? No, I'm going to talk about the Idris a little bit more because I'm that nerd. So the version that is not available for purchase is the Idris M, and that is also the one that is the easiest to nab for free because they're just flying around and you can try to capture them. The Idris P is the standard version that is being sold, and it is a big monster ship with a 3-fighter hangar, though in Star Citizen the hangar count is always a suggestion. The devs have accepted that we will find ways to fit more things into ships. It is a functional flying hangar, though, and it is enormous. But in its P or Patrol or Peacekeeper version, it does not have a bow gun, meaning you, as the pilot, do not have any control over any weapons. The different turrets need to be crewed for you to have firepower. The M variant has a large bow-mounted railgun. Ooh, I didn't see all these new paints. The M variant has a large bow-mounted railgun, which is the most powerful of the forward cannons. Nope, that is not the railgun. I was just checking to see. Okay. It partially penetrates shields, so it does damage regardless of what's going on. Is really, really powerful. The K variant has this big laser, which has to bore through the shield first, but it is a continuous beam weapon, and it is controlled by the pilot. And so the pilot does at least have a weapon, but you have to steer the entire ship in order to aim it and keep it on target to bore through whatever your target is. And then finally, the T variant has 4 size 12 torpedoes that, again, now you actually have some type of area targeting, but torpedoes are extremely slow and easy to shoot down and or avoid. They are really only to be used on other big targets. I'm sure people will use them for other things, but I'm just saying that is their intended use. So you are not the greatest threat in the world. Now, it does have PDCs, so you're not taking this thing on with a light fighter. Its shields and armor will just tank all of your shots while the PDCs shoot at you automatically. But you are not supposed to be able to take these down with a light fighter. You're supposed to take them down with torpedo bombers and regular bombers and missile boats and gunships and other capital ships. So while flying one of these as a solo pilot, you might be mostly okay against individual light fighters. You're not going to be okay against anyone who actually came loaded for bear. So just talking a little bit about this again, reinforcing it is really, really cool though. In terms of a ship and concept, yep, you can see the torpedo variant and the beam variant. This is another look at the M variant, but the M variant, like I said, is not for sale. You got to get that the hard way. Take it from someone who has one, which is more fun anyways. At least in my opinion. But you can see the scale there with the people down there. These things are massive. And so, like I said, they are operating as less individual ships and more mobile bases. As it should be, in my personal opinion. I still think the cost is absolutely bonkers, but I can accept the idea that they are intended to be org ships with a dozen plus people. I think they can manage up to 50. So you and 50 of your best friends can all fly around in one. Yeah, it's still a monster of a ship. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little about that. Now I'm gonna grab my second drink, and then we're gonna talk about the last thing that I want to talk about tonight. And oh, by the way, that is where the debt management thing was supposed to come in, because it is $1,500. So I don't know if anyone's ever heard of something called Gatebox. It was a prototype from years ago where you had a holographic cylinder with Hatsune Miku, and it was basically an Amazon Alexa. It died. The license ran out. They couldn't renew it. They weren't getting enough customers, and it just shut down and lost connectivity. You had a $1,500 paperweight, which someone actually, the Hatsune Miku crazy guy actually married his. And then in some poor idiot married his, and then it died. Well, we have a bit of a, oh no. Someone has recreated it. That number just went up while we were sitting here. The Code 27 Character Livehouse. Customizable 3D AI companion hub. You can upload Vroids and other custom characters. So you can put whoever you want in, adjust the voice, and connect it to a large language model AI as its main brain. I have some... And it kickstarted because people didn't learn. I have some serious concerns about this, but there are some things about this that do make me go, So, it doesn't. I just thought that this is something that should be talked about and some of the issues that come with this kind of thing. So as you can see, you can upload and customize multimodal. It animates, dances music, and does things. Now, one of the big things that has me really concerned is when you back it, these have a no subscription fee to the cloud server running this. I have serious concerns about the longevity of anything that is doing that. I understand why they're doing that, and from the customer side of view, it can seem like a really good idea to get behind that because of not having to pay constant server fees to use the AI. The issue that I have is that from a company's ability to remain open, you've got a lot of people that have bought into this, clearly. And now you've got if all of those people are using your servers and never having to pay for them, and probably got this device at a discount relative to the final selling price, you're going to be in the hole and really have to hope even more people purchase this thing and pay the subscription fees. Can you train it on GUR videos and save? I'm going to get to that because there are many things to discuss about this thing. So, now they're talking about secure privacy protection. That is one of my biggest concerns with anything like this, especially when people decide to go really far into the companionship side, is the fact that you are probably pouring your deepest, darkest secrets into this thing, and these things are saving all that and sending that out to a remote server to generate the responses and personality. That is a hackable server where that stuff can be gotten at. That is a danger and an issue, and big AI server farms are a juicy target. So there are some serious concerns. This is out. This reads like a 60s sci-fi novel. It gets worse. You could see it's I have some serious concerns. However, the customizableness is, from a technology standpoint, a good application of VTubing technology, basically. And you can see customize your character's persona. Now, where is... I might have missed where it was that I saw. You can uncensor it, which makes me also raise my eyes. Here we go. Connect to any cloud service or use any local model. That is where I suddenly went, okay, hold on. Someone might actually understand the technology they're using. The problem with so many of these new things, especially the AI things, is that they are just connecting to ChatGPT or something similar and expecting that to be there forever. You didn't follow, get out. They are they just expect that to be a permanent assumption that it will that will be permanently available. This is saying, and I have some looking into it to do. This is saying that you can use any local model, which means if they are using this correctly, thank you, Up2, if they are discussing this correctly in the way that that means, when it comes to lots of bots tonight, when it comes to this, privacy, security, and data control, it says data is only stored on the device, which some questions, but maybe. But here, this means that one, you can just run it to your own home-hosted AI. I use AI as an assistant, but the one that I use for all my personal stuff is self-hosted on my own computer. It never goes to an external server to do anything. The only time I ever use, typically Braves Leo, is just when I need to fart around with searches and general stuff that I'm not too concerned about if anyone ever reads my emails, basically. But with this, it's a local model. You can tell it anything, you can have it remember anything, you can customize it on your end. And yeah, technically your computer can be hacked, but, unless it's not connected to the internet, but a single computer for a single person is not the same, it's not the same juicy target that a big unified server with 2,000, 3,000 people's data on it is. So from that perspective, it's like, okay, if they are implementing this the way it seems that they're saying they're implementing it, they are actually, to my honest shock, they're actually implementing it in a wise and smart way. What's more, if you can make it, if you connect to a local model instead of being forced to use their servers, this can actually survive past the end of the company as long as you can keep it in working order. Which is another thing that other companies just don't think of. They assume that they're going to be the next big thing that will last forever, and so all their stuff is 100% dependent on them. So when it goes down, it's down for good. But if you can run this completely locally, it actually has the ability to last. Like I said, the Gatebox, which is sort of the original iteration of this, I don't know if they're the same company or not. I don't think they are. the Gatebox died in like 2 years or something like that. 2 or 3 years, something like that, when the servers died. This, potentially, again, as long as you could keep it in working order and connected, potentially doesn't have a lifespan. So, if they are implementing this stuff the way that it seems like they are, I am prepared to say that they at least understand and are making smart decisions when it comes to the creation of this. Certainly far smarter than you would expect out of any of these kinds of AI tech startup companies. DeepSeek or Gwen. I'm not super familiar with Gwen. DeepSeek was really popular for home hosting because of how good it was. Llama. Llama is almost always a do-it-yourself hosted AI function. Like I said, I am still a bit nervous. However, I will admit on a personal level, because it's self-hosted, assuming that's correct, this may be the personal assistant that I've always wanted. I get really nervous about the whole AI romance thing. Might just be because I understand how AI works that I don't think I could ever get my head around it. The AI companion thing is also a little bit of, I'm not sure how I feel about this. However, as an AI assistant, something that I can actively talk to instead of just typing into, and that can react and interact, that is a bit more my speed. And if this has the kind of customization that it says it does, this could very well be the successor to Assistant.ai that I always wanted. During the early Assistants release, when it was just like Siri and Google as the two assistant options, and Alexa was still figuring out what it was doing, and not a phone available option, I had an app called Assistant.ai, which was one of the billion third-party versions that were made, but it was the one good one. And then Google bought it and deleted it. They didn't even use it for their own assistant, which was stupid. I admit that I have wanted an AI assistant based on that for a long time. And so I look at this and I go, it could be, it could be the cute AI assistant. Zai does not want their ooh la la. It could be a for me something that just sort of helped me keep my life in order assistant that I've desperately needed for quite some time. That's just where I stand on my personal interest, if you wish to call it that. Conversely, getting Neuro installed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Has Vettel seen this? Imagine hooking Neuro up to this. I'm tweeting this. I'm using the wrong mouse again. I'm gonna just quickly check to see if they have made any posts about this. I don't see any. I'm going to send this to Vettel right now. I know they don't know who I am. I am a tiny little nobody streamer. But I kind of want to see what they think of hooking Neuro up to this. Vettel may ban me for this. Yeah, now we're the ones who started Skynet. Yeah, it's hey Vettel, what would you think of hooking Neuro up to this? I'm just gonna double check something. Yeah, I believe that is the correct everything. I'm gonna remove the Hey Vettel, what would you think of her? What would you think of hooking Neuro up to this? Post. Give it like 5 minutes and I'm gonna be banned. So that's that. Like I said, it is a thing. It is very much a thing. Like I said, I have some AI programming background. I obviously play a lot around with AI in my own time. I have some strong interest in applications for this, though probably not the intended applications for this, or I guess the expected applications for this. But yeah, I saw this, I thought a gatebox and immediately got really, really concerned. But like I said, while there are some things that definitely raise concerns, in particular that server subscription, there are some things that also, as I explained, definitely make me think, hold on, are they doing this right? If you're going to do this, are you doing this? I mean, it says right there, Internet of Things Hub. And that is in the category of things that I like and am interested in, is a self-hosted LLM hub type intelligence. I'm not into a lot of what's been going on with AI. If they're doing this the way I think they are, maybe. Now, I just realized that another thing that may be a red flag is that they were only setting a $5,000 goal. That also makes me sit here and go, why? Did you just, like, need to get across the finish line, or what's going on? Because that is really low. But, obviously, they have beat that by a fair margin. But yeah, so that is the Code 27 Livehouse, which was the final thing I wanted to ramble about tonight. Which is, I don't know, I'm still deciding what I think of this. But it's tough to not say some of this stuff is very, very interest-piquing in terms of the fact that I'm just rambling in stories now about the fact that they actually took the time to add things that I, as an AI programmer and tech guy, would want, but that you would expect most of these companies to completely ignore, if not intentionally avoid. Bet 5,000 was to make the prototype? Possibly. Possibly. Did we see when the anticipated delivery date was? Yeah, there's the fact. Place an order, enjoy VIP offers. Okay, choose color. Well, that's a Kickstarter thing. How to pledge and globally. Is it available globally? Will be shipped worldwide. Well, a lot of the AI things are available worldwide, and if you can self-host, that handles the last of that. What is the expected shipping time? We are in the final stages of development for Cyberend Code 27. We anticipate moving into initial production by July 2025, with mass production expected to begin in early August 2025. Holy crap, that's actually a really short timeline for a Kickstarter. Our goal is to start shipping the first batch of Cyberend Code 27 by late August 2025, once your package is dispatched. So maybe this actually is, they were right there and just needed that kick across the finish line. Or maybe they need to prove to a backer interest. 1 year warranty. A lot of this is just regular pledge stuff. Provide PC and web clients with model uploads. Currently 3 types of models. Community downloads, custom creations, and paid customization. Vroid Studio, Blender, Maya, and they have an upcoming creation platform. VRM, FBX, GLTF. Okay, so yeah, that's a what? DeviantArt, really? That is a wide range of options. A voice cloning tool. So yes, we can have. I don't know if I want to actually say it on the record on stream, but you asked about a specific VTuber earlier that wasn't Neuro. Yes, that is a possibility. Multilingual support: English, Chinese, German, French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, with possible more. Portability. Chat remotely with their characters. That was the question that I had. Is it stuck in the can, or is there a remote option? That I like the remote option. Does not include a battery. Based on user feedback, we may develop accessories with built-in batteries. Multi-device interaction. Our hardware already supports interaction between multiple devices, and we will consider adding features like shared chat histories between devices. Okay, so multiple devices, but not a shared chat history. That's interesting. Memory, third party. Look, there it is. Local models are running on your PC. The local models are running on your PC. So you will have long-term memory retention. That is huge. And you can switch between characters and save it. That is enormous. I cannot stress that the local on PC and long-term memory are massive, important things. Not just for my potential assistant use, but just in general for if you're looking at something like this. Updates, hardware, crowdfunding will be supported for a long time. Even new versions released. Performance considerations, including RAM and storage, into account of the design. That is also something you would not expect to see. You would expect most of these companies to just say, here is your black box, don't open it. That is interesting. Code 27 online models, third party, local on your PC. I am as nervous as the actual concept makes me. I am thoroughly impressed by the fact that they are doing this. Some replaceable modules are planned in the initial design, allowing users to personalize the character's appearance. You may also host a do-it-yourself event where users can collaborate to design custom appearances for characters. Data security. This is a big one. Though, again, if it's talking to a local PC, we've already got a lot more than I would have expected. If you are using their server services, voice data transmission is encrypted using AES 256, prevent eavesdropping and tampering, encrypts and stores customer data. But it's that stores that's where I'm like, each communication between client and server undergoes a unique protocol verification. Information is not received if verification fails. Server protection. High security third-party servers, such as AWS, are utilized with dedicated enterprise-level server protection and maintenance. Currently equipped with enterprise-grade firewalls and intrusion detection. Regular vulnerability scans. So that's very generic, and unfortunately still means that an interested party can still hack the system. The OS system is security hardened with hardware isolation to prevent external modifications. The OS and software are tightly bound, and any malicious firmware flashed due to software modifications will trigger an anomaly report to the server. Client supports automatic security updates. If the user's local model is used, the data will be completely stored in Kodi, and the interface data flow will not pass through Kodi servers. Okay, so you can do... this sounds like you can do completely offline if you want to. You won't receive your updates, obviously, but it means everything will be run local. You could do a non-internet version of this. Display technology, online search, supports online search function, and of course, if you're using a local, you can set up online as well. Very specific filter setting. You can choose to filter out, or you could set right. And if you're doing your own local model, you can do whatever you want. Okay. So that actually did answer a number of the questions, and I guess it's shipping way sooner than I thought it would be. I thought this would be another like year and a half, 2 years, 3 years. You finally, oh, here it is. There is now a better version already on the market. That was a legitimate concern, but if they're already shipping, that is a whole different thing. But yeah. Updates. We're checking to make sure you haven't bottled Princess Leia. Oh. So, that is a thing. I realize I've given them not a whole lot of advertising purely on the basis of being a very tiny VTuber, but this is something that I just saw, and like I said, as someone who was watching the Gatebox fiasco, I wanted to bring it up and talk about it. I hate that how curious it has me in terms of functionality, capability, and options. The wild thing would be if with that expandability you could hook it up to like these new humanoid robots that they're coming out with. That would also be just like a crazy thing to do. I will update you if you do not have the cash. They are Chobits. Oh no! Not Chobits! I haven't thought of that in forever. 528. Save $200 on the MSRP. Okay, so they're not actually planning on increasing the price a whole lot. Character Lifehouse with a smart rotating base, include accessories in the box, 1-year warranty, no subscription, color choice. For just under $530. Super early bird offer, save $170. MSRP, which is just that without the base. So it is just under $100 for the base between these. Okay. Times 2, so that's just buying 2 of them. And times 5, buying 5 of the things. And those are the options. Basic one with the rotating base, 2 of them, and 5 of them. Oh yeah, there, it says, $5.99 is the anticipated price for them. Okay. And it is $7.28 for one with a base. Which is significantly cheaper. That's like the price of one Gatebox originally. So there, I've sort of given them shout out / advertisement / overview. Like I said, it is something I am nervous about, but it is something I am very, very curious about. I find it highly unlikely that they will even notice I've talked about them. I find it even less likely that they will reach out to me, given my on-the-fenceness of discussing this. 5 of them, because someone needs a harem. Maybe. Also, though, they did mention spreading them out across the house, though the issue is that they will be 5 instances of a character instead of a character that moves about the house. They mentioned the possibility of that. I would not count on anything besides what they have explicitly said they're shipping. Zerg came up to me, David from Rippy again. We will be moving on to the game. I think I've probably milked this for as much as I can. So, like I said, Doom Dark Ages released at $70. I refuse to accept the price increase, so I will not be paying $70. I bought a bunch of different games instead, of which we will play 2 or 3 of them tonight. There is a possibility of things not going well, so I don't want to play more than an hour-ish of the games, hour and a half, in order to keep them in that window while we decide what's going on. So that's why there may be 3 games instead of 2. The first game that we are playing tonight is Rail Gods of Hystera, which is a Lovecraftian survival game. It just released in early access a couple days ago. Looks really, really interesting in concept. The reviews seem to say it's having issues. However, I am prepared to give it some leeway for being an early access game. I am not prepared to give it free reign, but I want to personally see if the reviews are just people complaining about it, or if the reviews actually are onto something. A main problem they have is that it does not have twin stick controls for the type of game it is, and I admit that the type of game it is on the list of types of games I usually don't like. But there have been other games that have been good enough where it's like, okay, I don't like this type of control scheme, but I will play it because I like the game. Desperately needs more time than Evan. Right. Now, because this is the first time I will have opened it, it is not going to be moved over, so... Unless it's one of the rare games that follows the mouse. No, it's not one of the rare games that follows the mouse. Some games, very, very rarely, will spawn on the screen that your mouse is on. I wish more did that. Welcome to Early Access. Incredibly excited and a little nervous. Fine shit. Game with you at the beginning. We mean it. Feedback. The team. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Game does not have a windowed option. Meaning I can't shrink it to move it down. One moment. Let me see. Okay, let's see if this works. Ah! I haven't had to use the Shift Windows arrow key in forever. I actually forgot that was an option. But still, these are the only options we have. English, cursor, hide player's name, yes. Camera shake, sending back for analytics, color deficiency mode. You need more options. Yes, music is good, and I like the slow, steady beat like an engine steaming along. We need more dark train music. But yeah, Rail Gods of Hestera. Play solo. Game you are creating is set to be a private session and can be played offline. No other players will be able to join. This will be a solo session only. Enjoy. Alright, need to check something. Like an engine. Or a heart. True. Okay. Character creation. Okay, so we got 3 sizes. I'd ask if there's a less evil version, but I don't think we're getting away from evil here. Numbering the head would be nice to know what we're doing. Not the best character maker. We look mad to start. Decent number of hair options. I'm going to go with the braid, obviously. Now what? Let's go with the gray. Angry eyebrows. Purple eyes. Which is an actual magical thing, too, by the way. Upperwear. Not to be confused with Tupperware. I thought, oh, that's a big hood. Bigger hood! Oh my. Yeah, I like long coats. I wear them in real life. This is probably good for me. Bottom wear. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Cosmetics. Oh, okay. How does that work with the upperwear? It doesn't. Okay. Commissar cap. Oh, wait, no. Okay, those are earrings. That's what that was. Top hat? Topper hat! Is there a toppest hat? No. You need a third stupidly tall top hat, devs. Ooh, that really stands out, but it really stands out. Also, we're doing Cultist things, so it's not like there isn't a reason to do that. I think I'm gonna... It looks good in the picture. It doesn't look so good on the model. I think we're just gonna go with that. Callista sounds very Lovecraftian. Okay. In terms of interesting names for characters. I just realized there was no music for that. Certainly not that I could hear. There's a supply chest in the tender
When
wagon.
the stars
Okay.
aligned once again in the eternal cycle of time, the great old ones tore the veil between the planes of existence, bringing chaos and madness to Earth. One man saw it coming. Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Foreseeing the apocalypse together with a chosen few called the Dreamers, he devised a plan to save humanity. They entered the Dreamlands through self-induced slumber, joining the sharpest minds that live beneath our reality. They gave birth to the last hope of humanity, the Rail Gods. Meanwhile, in the waking world, survivors struggled in the last strongholds of humanity. Magic stations along the endless railways protected from the madness by giant shielding domes. 25 years have passed. The Dreamers are now awakening with a new powerful weapon. The Rail Gods, behemoths of Shoggoth plasm and iron, the only ones able to roam through the wastelands of Hystera, preparing humans to rise against the great old ones. Their power is only rivaled by their hunger. They demand flesh, they demand sacrifice. They need to be nurtured. They need to evolve. In their dark powers lies the key to humanity's survival, or its end. Lead the resistance against the great old ones. Become their equal, and banish them once and for all.
So that's a setup. I didn't quite know what I was getting into because I didn't want to look too much into it. I just saw the initial concept and was like, sold. Alright, need more caffeine. Caffeine acquired. Alright, awakened. Some compelling call within my mind. Call which I cannot seem to resist, no matter my will. The Crypt and the Dreamers. In the months before the arrival of the Great Old Ones, the weird fiction writer H.P. Lovecraft. Is he weird or was his fiction weird? Or are they both weird? I think we all know that answer. Gathered from across the globe, a team of expert dreamers. Each dreamer secreted themselves within hidden crypt sands, suspended in the mystical sleep by an elixir. Each entered the Dreamlands, there to seek solutions of the various sorcerers and scientists who exist there. We are riding Choo Choo Charlie, we are fighting the greater evil, and no one is surviving this. I do think a Choo Choo Charles type build may have fit this better, just off of just considering, but we'll see how it goes. Game objectives are displayed on the left side of the screen. Keep an eye on them often to know how to proceed with the gameplay. Some objectives can be hovered and reveal useful hints on how to complete them. Hold to rotate camera. Alt to highlight object. Thank you for including this. In these kinds of games, that is a godsend. Select backpack, press tab to open an inventory. I was just that little bit too far away, really? And across the symbol, you can hover. Stone and wood sticks. Retrieve blueprints from Blueprint Totem. Press G to craft stone axe. Equip the stone axe. Destroy the wooden barrier. Is there going to be... Belt. Inside the belt, it could store weaponry and traps. 1 through 9, 0 through 9. Hovering. Mouse cursor. Usable item. Got you. Satchel. Satchel. You can store utilities and mush. 0 through 9. Okay, so you can use all... So these are not what you can and can't use and what you have to store. These are just to separate your items. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this particular kind of movement in combat. That's just me. I know that's a personal preference. This icon indicates your level of satiety. If satiety level drops to 0, hit points will start to decrease. Eat often. True, the swing range is pretty good. Get back here. There we go. Now. Eat some food. Aromatic greenish crafted at farming station. Tea seeds. Right, so I have to... And then I can use the tea to grow other stuff, presumably. So I'm clicking... No, it looks like it's an E-based thing. Minimap and world map. The minimap is displayed on the right side of the screen. You can consult it at any time to navigate through the lands of Astera. New sections of the map will be revealed as you explore territory. Click the minimap and reset the camera rotation to its default value. You can also view the world map by pressing the M key on your keyboard. Yeah, no, I gotta hit E. Tastiest a condiment, else better than nothing. Ripped clothes, mouthy, filthy. Safe to eat as is, but I should better cook it. So safe to eat. Okay. I don't know why there was celery at Graves. I have some questions about that. Can I fall off now? Very V-Rising. And V-Rising certainly held my attention in spite of me not liking this particular kind of game, so... There's promise. Well, control set to a game. The celery stalks at midnight. Shut. Quiet, you. Get a little bit wider view. I am used to playing on a larger screen with wider views, so this looks like a ritual thingy. Ah. All right. I may be loading up very, very quickly. But at the same time, I'm sitting here like, well, I mean, if this involves building up the train and stuff, resources might not be the worst thing to gather. Okay, so flint at the very least can only be stacked to 20. Surprised to see humans, even if dead, need to check their belongings. They're survivors of the Twisted Earth, half insane humans and things far less than human, roaming seemingly aimlessly across the madness ravaged landscapes. She's always hungry. One last note. Remember, never let her food run out. A lever. Earthling mush. Lever seems like it could activate a mechanism. Earthling mush. Massive bloody tissues. Rail gods have a sweet tooth for it. +1 rail gods satiety. Oh boy. Bandage. Cooked potato. Think things are gonna get concerning real quick. She's always, remember, never let her run out of food. Yeah, long pork is not good. Oh good, we're doing the Dark Souls thing. You can move fast while exploring or escaping from enemies by sprinting. However, while sprinting, your satiety will decrease quicker. Right, I probably do actually need to eat something while I'm here. Got concerning. Scott. Oh, spaces! Rags, leather scraps. I don't have leather scraps yet, so... I'm gonna trade some of my flint for leather scraps, I think. Since I have a full stack of flint. Yeah, the limited view range is another reason why I'm sitting here. Like, I would really, really love to have a first-person view. Plus, just in general, Lovecraft and first-person view is great. Though this is probably not a game that can be remade in first-person view. Really, you can't zoom and move around the map. Feel like that should be added, devs. Oh wow, I have filled out this real quickly too. A rail god. She is the source of the call, and our operation was a success. The magic of the Dreamlands allowed us access to the waking world, and the use of the Shaggoth plasm has created this Titan. Incomprehensible thing from the stars, a creature from beyond the rim of madness. My God, my creation, it's here! Master, help me! Use gift. Feed me more! From the hideous priests to the plateau of Lang came the secrets of the Shaggoth plasm. Living masses of sentient, shape-changing flesh could be bonded and entangled with machines in the waking world. Symbiotically enmeshed with the iron and steel of great locomotives, and piloted by the dreamers upon their return to the earth, the railgods would travel the endless railways, filled by sacrifice and arcane magics. Praise the devs for making you find food before you could leave. She has bestowed you with a dark gift, the Dark Bolt of Azathoth. Press R key to use it, destroy your enemies, and save the rail god. Oh no, shift does actually have a slight speed increase too. Okay, board the engine. This is a broad gauge. This is a huge broad gauge engine. Look at the size of those rails. You just being a locomotive nerd? And from the dark dreamlands, no human hands forged these rails. Similar to a concept I'm working on, and admittedly, at the very end, pieces of it were informed by me finding this, but I'll let you know when I finish it. This icon indicates the railgod's level of satiety. Fill her with mush using the feeder and the control panel in the locomotive so you can resume your journey. Keep an eye on the number indicated to show how many stops you can reach with the current level of satiety. If the satiety reaches 0, the railgod will stop at a random place. It will not be possible to resume the journey until the satiety is restored. This number shows how many stops you can travel to based on how much mush all the dreamers are carrying in the satchel or have stashed in the train. We are intending to tear the throat out of the elder things with it. A good-sized train is a good idea. Your locomotive, add mush to the locomotive feeder, use control panel to activate it. Can I can. Ooh. There's thing. Open tender chest. Ooh. Cook small fish, cooked fish, wood planks, wood sticks, logs, and flint. I am assuming I can just take a bunch of my stuff and put it here. Actually, could probably transfer all. Workbench. blueprint desk. There's a blueprint desk here. You can study and acquire new blueprints. All the items marked with a magnifying glass that can be studied. Once a new blueprint gets added to the archive, each dreamer can transfer it to their own inventory by interacting with the desk. Bandage blueprint. Yes, please. It has a heart. That may or may not be a good thing. Oh, okay. So there are two. Okay. Broken radio station. Repair the radio station. Repair requirements. Copper wires. I definitely don't have those yet. Another chest. And just general living quarters. I have nice living quarters. So we have that, a short flat. These are really short, though I guess for such a broad gauge engine, it probably can't handle very long cars. Add mush to the locomotive feeder. Now it only wants 48, but I mean... Prisoners! Oh no! Here are the prisoners confined on board. Drag one to the ingredient section and sacrifice it to the rail god. Drag any item here to feed a rail god. Mush and prisoners will increase the number of locations you can explore. Add the correct ingredients to complete an egg recipe. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, now it's reached the last flatbed. Right, of course. Talk to Abdul Al-Hazred. Dreamer, you have found your rail god and this is no longer a dream. You're now a god keeper, symbiotically connected to your rail god. There are things you must do. Dreamer, the survival of Astera depends on it to a great degree on your tools. I don't have many just now, my axe, a few sticks. You must craft. Build workbenches to create new tools and items. This will increase your chances of survival. Enter building mode by pressing the B key. Build a log workbench. Don't I have a workbench? Ah. Blueprint desk. Carriage discovery desk. Right. Not the correct kind of work desk. Building system. This is there. From module, be able to build, customize. Okay. Okay, workbenches tab to enable the workbench building mode. Go with the skill type. Okay, so stuff in the chest is usable here. I was worried I had put stuff away preemptively. Okay, build a generic carriage element. So that... so create new items. The workbench will have blueprint. Q. I feel like the spear might be a good idea. Wait, why is it my axe on... to go. All models need to be built first so you can move the top ones. Module variations. Okay, so that's, if I build 4 of those, that's 12. And I can get the lower doors. I probably should have put walls on first. Let's just leave it at that and keep some of our materials. I'm gonna add a spear to the cube. Oh, I can create more planks with the wood planks. Okay. Arm-powered flying pointy stake. What did the spear say? Sturdy and impaling stake. I need to remember that. A javelin is an arm-powered flying pointy stick. Crude bow, make arrows fly. Basic ammo for bows, any other fun flesh-piercing flying bone projectile. Strong on you and hold, yet flexible. Tensas, translates first impact, okay. Threatening pointy tip. Okay. Chthonian sword. I do like Chthonian things. Okay, so I have gotten wood chips and a spear. Ah, okay, so when I equip it, it changes out. Got ya. Can't stay here long, can't stay. You must reach a station. Station, how do I get there? Radio, you can't repair the radio station. Here. Resume your journey while I think about how to fix it. Once the radio is repaired, it will help you pinpoint a station on the chaos of endless railways. First, you must close and secure your carriage. Alright, time conductor could stop. Clicking the 0 speed button. Keep an eye on the train map to see where the new location is available. Choose where to stop and then press the X key to leave the train. Also, track a journey on the overall map. Press the M key while on the train display it. Conductor can reserve a specific stop directly from the overworld map, and every stop the railroad satiety decreases by 1 notch. Make sure to feed her regularly. Radio station allows you to communicate with towns while you are on the train. Some of its components are made of rare materials such as copper, can be found in mines and caves. Due to numerous interferences, to function properly, the radio station must be in an enclosed carriage. I mean... Ooh, the train's doing it for me. I kind of like that. Um. Oh, this is the stop thing. Okay. I thought the train was going to end in here. We want this to end in here. Got ya. Okay. No, wait, just transfer all. Right. Okay. So now I get it. Mostly. Okay. And wait for it to be all the way in. Well, outside, night gaunts are trying to munch on your God's tentacles and hit objects to that. Well, this... Gotta remember I can turn around. Press X to leave the train, conductor only. Right. What other supplies do I want to have? Alright, we're gonna take some food. We're gonna put this stuff away. I have some bandages. I have my axe. I have my spear. Actually, we can drop this and take cooked fish so that I'm only using a single space. Also, for the record, I do really like it when a game lets you in your base use everything from your chests. That is good game design. Rippy, you are sadly behind me. Sorry. This is your level of madness. Oh, good, we got a madness meter. Find yourself exploring the lands of Asteria, your madness level will begin to increase. Once certain madness levels are reached, you will start to be unable to recognize some items in your inventory. Once certain madness levels are reached, the mini-map, world map will become distorted. Oh, I think those are my supply chests, so I can use that to transfer stuff on and off the train while I'm out here, I think. It's sand. I guess it is useful, but it is amusing. You really expect it to not be a madness level? Fine. You make up points. Ah. Well, that took no time whatsoever. I gained a little bit of madness for that. And lost all my gear. Unfortunately, I think I have to fight him to feed the engine. I am not getting mush. That is somewhat concerning, given the fact I'm pretty sure I need mush. Okay. Let's try hitting our intended target real quick. Let's try hitting our intended target real quick. Ooh, they didn't aggro as a party. Now they aggroed as a party. So that's actually a really powerful ability. It takes a lot of health off. Let's say, why is that still a red square? Assuming we fill the map, that's a lot of area to explore. Excuse me. So, Devil Reefer and a dead deer. Okay. Don't like that. Don't like that. Eldritch Blast! Bam! Eldritch Blast! Oh, good, and it doesn't even leave anything. Yeah, I'm watching my time. We're probably going to give it another 15-ish minutes. It's a 2-hour or 2-week ownership. Okay. So this might end up being the only stop that we explore. Alright, I'm gonna drop some stuff off in the chest and we're gonna find out if that's the train. That is my train. Okay. I saw the tentacles and about had a heart attack. Oh wait, yeah, here you could store your items while on board or find valuable resources during your Right. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what this is. Duh, use the little question marks. No, don't get... No, you get back here. I'm not done Eldritch blasting you. Ha! Oh, right, yeah, I could chop down trees for resources. Duh. Mayday, Mayday, Battalion 357, Federal Command, 1927. Operation Innsmouth. Oh, yeah, there's a date up here! We're in the Pineview Retreat, Wednesday, April 30th, 1924. Cool. April 30th, 1924. This is a note from 1927. Oh, I probably should get rid of these guys first. As that was reading. Operation Innsmouth, Day 7. Coordinates, coastal waters. Commander Thorne reporting. We have been conducting patrol operations along the designated sector. While daylight reconnaissance yielded no anomalies, nocturnal conditions have proven otherwise. The vessel's hull experienced intermittent vibrations, and Petty Officer Hart reported distinct rhythmic impacts originating midship and gradually dissipating toward open water. This evening, I am deploying a 3-man dive team for an underwater inspection. Should all communication cease, I hereby request that Central Command initiate contingency protocols and dispatch immediate reinforcements to our last known coordinates. There's a small army marching by there. Intelligence suggests the presence of an unidentified maritime threat. Godspeed and vigilance are imperative. Commander Thorne, Battalion 357. That is interesting. Yeah, I should probably chop down some trees for wood at some point. Right, I should stick to blasting these. He thinks that we are not going any door if his college is already gone and eaten. Yeah, probably. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm going insane. That is... I thought that was the trees falling. I thought that was the trees falling. That was not the trees falling. I don't want to know what that is. Okay, if I could get them away one at a time, that's great. That is a thing flying overhead, and it's making me very nervous. I'm guessing I should probably just book it out of here. Because I'm starting to think that thing's circling. Oh, you are not very strong at all. Oops. Nope. Protect me, train. Okay, I am at minimum going back for the rest of the stuff. Just gonna take risks since we're not playing for much longer tonight. If something happens, then it's excitement on stream. Okay, those reds are just boars. Oh! I'll take a free bow. More boars. Right, oh, there's a whole area of map. I thought I explored the map. I didn't explore the map. Hour and 15. Yep, I'm gonna call it in a sec. Secret path to nothing. Right, I dropped my food off. I gotta head back if I want to not starve. But I want to explore the rest. These last minutes that we have. Oh, so there's just a whole group. Alright, fine. We're going back to the training colony. So that is our first stop. That is definitely interesting. A unique and interesting premise. Watch, this thing's gonna eat me just as I get to the train. On to the engine I go. Gotta get food. Food, food, food. Through the heart placed and tend to the real god can lower your madness level and turn it into a useful resource. Horror. Once certain horror levels are reached, you can unlock a Godkeeper skill capable of altering your playstyle. Remember to offer madness to the real god every time you board the train and unlock as many Godkeeper skills as possible. I need food first. Yep, that is how it works. Cool. I guess I'm offering madness first. Can I have some of my cooked food, please? Thank you. I just realized I was looking in the wrong spot. Right. Now we get why we have multiple boxes. Got ya. Well, I haven't unlocked anything, so my only real options I mean, I guess I could theoretically head out. You'll need more carriages. Look for a lighthouse. There's a mechanic there who can provide you with a flatbed which you can build into a carriage. A mechanic, you say? Yes, of the guild, the Mechanics Guild. Seek him out at the lighthouse. I think he can give you a hand to get the copper wires needed for the radio station. Fear not if you miss the stop. Other stations of the same type will invariably cross your path. Merely fuel your railgun and press on a journey to reach them. I must admit that my curiosity is piqued to the point where I feel like I'm going to keep going with this rather than refund. Oh, okay. So there are options here. But I am going to stop it for now while I sort of decide what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll do another game. Wow, my food level is just doing terribly. I will see you guys in a few minutes. This is certainly different. I'm assuming going to the main menu saves automatically. I will be back shortly, and we will do the next game that we're doing for tonight. I will see you guys in a few minutes. I returned, getting things ready. While I was out, I was listening to Morphologies discuss the recent scandals with Star Citizen, and he had some interesting things to say about it. The main point that he had was that it is very likely that CIG may have just killed the golden goose with this. To explain, the big issue is that Star Citizen is presently wholly dependent on the goodwill of its player base. People have poured a ton of money into the game specifically because they want to see it succeed. They want to see it reach full development in its final phase. Their long-term business model is to spread out and sell the many technologies that they have developed for Star Citizen as a game. However, they have not yet reached that point. At the moment, the only thing that they have is the player base. And right now, the player base is an open rebellion and is furious with them. Many people, even though they back down, many people are still already swearing off the game anyways for having dared to take this approach to begin with. And understand that Morphologies really has their finger on the pulse of all this. So if Morphologies is saying that they're seeing a major problem when it comes to player backlash, that there is a major problem when it comes to player backlash. And I'm actually starting to become curious if we might see the infamous Idris and other high-praised ships, probably the Kraken will be available, if we might see them not sell out instantly like they usually do. That would be a really bad sign in terms of player support. If that stopped happening. I'm curious to see how the rest of this Invictus launch week is going to go. Aha! Oh my gosh, that's going to make things so much easier from now on. So this is Rekka. You play as a mini Baba Yaga. It's another game that I just stumbled across, thought was neat, and figured I'm going to give these people my money instead of someone who thinks that they're going to be charging $70 for a base game. There was a time when the land knew magic in its bones, when a man knew of nature, not machines. Old ways were respected then, and witches revered. A better world, perhaps, but time moves on, and if we do not move with it, the age of witchcraft will be lost to us forever. I feel the approach of one who may prove ready for such challenges, who can embrace our past and unlock our future. One who has known hardship and pain. She has traveled far, yet the path ahead of her will prove greater she has ever known. Our downfall or our salvation, only time will tell. I also know very little of this game. But we're doing witchcraft things. Oh, that's the whole spread out skin. Okay, that's neat. I think I'm going to do the blackened tips. It's not really coming through real well. Oh wow, that's piercing. Why did you not... Yes, you did. Clothes. Accessories. No shawl needed. We'll do a neck. Yeah, let's add some rings. Oh, okay. I was wondering if that was all we got. Okay. Well, you know me. Wow, the bloom on that. Might do that just for the permanent shine. I don't think that affects anything at this point. Oh, there you go. Can we make them glow too? Not quite as much. Oh! Could probably use a little more sensitivity. Thank you for having sense. Oh yes, toggle sprinking. Toggle aiming. I'm not sure about collecting yet. I may bump it a little bit more, but we'll start with that. Just found a tool. Oil lantern. I don't know that I'm really... Pumpkin's flavor is both sweet and earthy, making it a versatile ingredient for both savory and sweet dishes. In harvest rites, pumpkins are used decoratively as a symbol of abundance and the bounty of the season. Ooh! Right click to turn the lamp off and back on. I like that snap to light the lamp. Bogdan the Merchant. God, one of them damn wheels fell off. I think it rolled down the path towards the bridge. Shoddy workmanship, I tell you. Could you find it for me, please? You're gonna ask a little girl to find a wheel for you? Ah, you found my wheel. Thank you. Wouldn't have got much farther without that. Hey, you look familiar. No, don't say it. It'll come to me. Mocking squeaks and... Oh yeah, he's magic too. Getting old. How dare you, Felix. I never forget a face, but occasionally I misplace them. You're right. They do look like they've been through some trouble. Excited squeaks and grunts. I know you like trouble as much as the next Zliden, but it's rude to pry. I'm sorry about my business associate. He gets overexcited sometimes. Really must throw him down a well one of these days. Yeah, not in that bottle you won't. Look, I'm gonna be staying around these parts for a while. You need anything, you come see me. Give you a good price on my wares. Okay, our wares. Who are you? They call me Bogdan. It's not my real name, but it'll do for now. I'm a traveling merchant. No routes for me. Give Bogdan 4 wheels, thanks to you. And an open road in front and the stars above. Where are we? I've lost my way. We're in the western part of the lands of Jawia. Go further down the road, you'll get to a small village called Kopnik. They don't get many visitors, so I'm sure they'll have work going if you're interested. Barely a sneeze of houses and fields, but the river next to it's a real beauty. Sick creature in the bottle. Oh, so you can see him. Most folks can't. You have to be a bit, shall we say, broad-minded to see the folks likes of Felix. And since you asked, he's a Zliden. Basically, they happen what happens when you give chaos legs and teeth. I'll tell you more about how we cross paths later. Right now, I need to get this wheel fixed. You mind yourself now. All right, have a good one. Oh, when the lamp's put away, it's on my pack. Yay! I like when games do stuff like that. Oh, I didn't even see you there. Welcome to Kopnik, young traveler. You look like you've been on the road for a little too long. If you want to earn some coins, you may find work here. We can always use a hand on our farms. Be mindful of the woods, though. Not everyone around here is as nice as me. Some will pop you in a stew as soon as look at you. Oh, I'm just fooling, but there's an old woman out there that some say is a bit on the witchy side. How am I having slowdowns on this game? Oh, traveler, do you have a moment? Bothering you. I just thought you might have seen my dear friend Jacob on your travels. He set out many months ago to explore the nearby lands. In that return, there's been no word from him since. He has not forgotten us. And we're an outpost at the western border of Jawia. Not many visitors come here. Most are just passing through, transporting their wares to the west by boat. We're proud of our farmlands and, of course, our river. It connects the little village to the rest of Jawia. What's the river like? It runs slowly here, like thick pumpkin soup. You can see a few swamps about. Usually they attract mosquitoes, but thank your stars, do not come out here during summer, otherwise the air would be thicker than the soup of the little devils. Old woman in the woods. Give her a wide berth. She's a dangerous relic of her dark past. Old woman represents past with future. Have you been living in a cave, young one? The highest lord, of course. The one whose most right-thinking folk believe in. Now listen here. You tread carefully, youngster. These woods are home to many dangers for unwary and unprepared. From the old folk even say an ancient bony witch with iron teeth lives in them. One that's been known to lure children to her hut to eat them. They say she wants to keep old practices alive and that she worships ancient gods. Ha, nonsense, I say. Witches are relics of the old world. New beliefs have been spreading throughout this area for hundreds of years now. Sensible, right-thinking people believe in those. Don't push me around! Our god prefers a different kind of compliance. Much more civilized. I see no witch, just an old lady who talks to birds and mutters over herbs. But I'd still steer clear of her anyways. Do as you will, I won't be stopping. You have been told about a location. Find it with your compass at the top of the screen. This is not very far from the... Oh. I see. I don't even know what I interacted with. Oh, there was a chest there. Okay. Yeah, my computer's ramping up. It hasn't ramped up all night. I can't imagine... Okay, it's an early access, so I will give it some leeway on the optimization, but that may be why this one has mixed reviews. Foo-foo, what's this I smell? Someone dares approach my door. Child? Of course. Don't you know it's rude to be late, child? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Perhaps you too have been waiting for me. Either way, child, we meet at a crossroads. Where we go from here, only time will tell. Well, look at you, weaking alone in the woods. Like a newborn kitten, you stumble forth into my garden. Tell me, little kitten, what brings you here? No answer for me? That's fair, that's fair. We hardly know each other. Yet perhaps we always have another life. Another lives. It's all the same to me. But enough of idle chatter. There's work to be done. There's always work to be done. My shelves are empty. My belly grumbles like a crochetty wife. Hot water and herbs do not a meal make. Bring me some ingredients to make a tasty soup. You'll find a recipe in the book on my bench. Looks like you need fattening up too, kitten. You may borrow my birds, but know that they are more precious to me than any other creature that breathes upon this earth. And you, my child of wing and claw, see that this kitten knows her herbs from her weeds. If she tries to run, well, you know what to do. Go to the bench and take the book. Ah. Go to quests. What? Oh, there's things up here, okay. Well, I want you to collect some honey. In your journal, click on collection, then items. Finally, click on the honeycomb to learn more about it. 10 mushrooms, 6 honeycombs. Don't know what to craft with this yet. You found high up in trees. Consult your journal for your loss. Press tab to close the journal. Oh, and one more thing. A challenge, perhaps. Certainly more challenging than finding me some simple mushrooms. The Lucti have stolen my magical talisman. Again. Lucti are spirits. Very excitable spirits. Especially when you have a pocket full of berries. You'll find those wretched blocks of wood deeper in the woods. Find them, retrieve what they stole. Once you have the talisman, you can use its power to come back here more swiftly. If you return without it, the next soup will be a little meatier. Now go stumble on little kitten. Home of the lucky. You have been told about a location. Find it with your compass at the top of the screen. Locked. Faithful crows. Hopeful companions who will go where you send them. Control to select. Ah, the crows are collecting. Neat. Received one witch paper. That's an interesting drawing. One high book stack. Oh, they're automatically collecting. They are very helpful crows. I feel like I should try to keep these guys in here. Okay. Street DSM, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We were playing Rekka. Kishnor, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We are still playing Rekka. Twizzard, thank you for the follow. I think we're still playing Rekka. Where'd the thingy go? Yeah, this game could probably use some optimization. I might be playing on my secondary computer, but it's not that wimpy. I like this collection mechanic. The helpful crows are indeed extremely helpful. Okay, I have plenty. I don't think they like that. I'm not familiar with this specific mythology. I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm in the house. Come in, come in. What are you waiting for? Tell me, little kitten. Do you have a name? Rekka? I see. Yes, Rekka. Of course it is. Do you know your name means river? Rivers are important, vital, the arteries of the world. They bring life. Perhaps you do too. Well, did you get all the ingredients? Good. We'll need them for the ritual. Oh, did I say soup? My mistake. So easy to get the two mixed up in the mind that has lived as long as mine. Folks think that witchcraft is mainly about rituals. It's actually a lot more about soup. Never underestimate the power of a full belly. Now then, River Kitten, let's continue. The ritual calls for a few more items. We already have the mushrooms and honey you collected. We will also need a sturdy length of pine. You don't have one on you, do you? No? So many folks really have no idea what's important in life. So many uses for a nice pine branch. In front of my hut there's a small island. On it stands a giant crooked pine. Snap off a branch and return to me. Oh, and on your return, acquaint yourself with the chickens. Chickens are important. Many think chickens are dumb birds. Not a bit of it, they're just plain dumb. Mine's as sharp as their beaks. Get the pine branch, select the chicken you like the look of, and bring them both to me. I'll wait for you behind the hut and begin the preparations. Soon. Soon it will be time. Soon you will rise again. Gonna come back and all the chickens are gonna be gone. Well, since you keep coming out, you can be our chicken for the day. Can I go through the house, or do I need to go around? Yeah, okay, I can go through the house. Finally, you grace us with your presence. Now follow me. Those are very large bones. I think I know what's gonna happen. This is the place where we fell all those years ago. Those who would not listen and those who would not be heard. And we fell, as we all do. But my friend, my love, my child, do not give back up. I searched for answers far and wide. Eventually I returned here, cast my mind wide, sent out a calling and waited. Waiting for the right kind of mind to answer. I now understood pain, understood loss. Now we must no longer delay. Take that chicken over to the oven, old oven. Oh, don't be so concerned. It'll be fine. I'm sure it will make itself at home in that nest. Besides, it's about to ascend to heights such birds rarely reach. Oh, oven. Alright, okay. Yeah, I think I know where this is going. You have the branch I told you to find? Good. While I start the sigil, I need you to cleanse the space. Hold your branch to the candle's flame until it ignites, then sweep its powerful incense through the air. Ah! I shall be your walking house for this evening. Ah, I used it up already? Here, take another one. Try to be a little more frugal. How many do I need to use? Oh, never mind. Okay, I got it. I'm being dumb. Okay, oops. Alright, I'm dumb. It is a reasonable expectation that rituals will be performed correctly. You can follow clear. Well! By the front door there is a shrine to my ancestors. One of them saw fit to leave me an egg. We'll need it for the ritual. It is not like a chicken's egg at all, River Kitten. Foolish talk. Although it will hatch something, if all goes according to plan. It has sat dormant for many years, but hopefully it can still provide us with what we need. Bring it to me. Oh, and pick up some grain from my garden on the way. We'll need that later. Gonna come back and she's gonna put a mountain of grain. She's gonna say, "You only needed 2!" Shrine. Ah. No? Okay, that's kind of neat that they make you jump for it. Is it good? Isn't it a thing of wonder? You just wait. Now put it in the oven. Almost there. It is time for us to make the offerings. We will honor many gods in this ritual. Perhaps you will learn more of them in time, if you prove yourself. For now, we must honor the gods of fertility. I have placed bowls on all sides of the bones. I'll start with this one. You go to the bowl at the back, River Kitten. Place some honeycomb within it. Very good. Now we shall both work clockwise around the house to the next bowl. And then I will tell you... And then when I tell you, place some grain in the bowl. If you don't have any grain, great. You have the grain, yes? Into the bowl with it. said when she tells me. I'm gonna wait. I picked a bad time to start to fail. She did say when she tells me, right? I'm gonna risk it. Okay. I could have sworn it said when she tells me. Working! Wait. It's working? The River Kitten is capable! Come to me. We are not finished. Quickly now. Take this. Be very careful with this. It is a charm blessed by the god of fire, a powerful, dangerous object in the wrong hands. Hush now. Stop looking at your hands. They are the right ones. At least for now. Using this charm, I need you to dissolve the bones surrounding this site, each and every last one. We need to harness their essence. Go, I need to focus on the next step. Do not disappoint me. I cannot be disappointed again. Oh, and be respectful. The one you dissolved meant more to me than you will ever know. Develop them, come back to me. Give me back that charm. You are far too inexperienced to hold such power longer than necessary. How did it feel to wield the power of Sprog? Tingles, does it? Like a nettle sting on the inside of your skin. Not for too big for your boots. You're not done yet. Go back to my house and bring me embers from the oven. The ritual requires you to carry them red hot in your bare hands. Don't look at me like that. Carrying embers should not prove a problem for one who has wielded Sevarog's power. Now get to it, quickly. Sevarog's touch. Touched by Sevarog's fire, you are able to manipulate small flames. Oh wait, that's the village. brave one, River Kitten. I hope it lasts. Give the embers to me. There's one last thing I need from you. Come closer. There, don't look like that. It's only a small prick. Just a drop of blood. You won't miss it. Blood is key. Blood is the bond. See how the embers absorb it. The living embers. They have burned bright for generations. Fire passed from home to home. Their age dwarfs even mine. The living embers gave life to my love a long time ago. And new life they shall give today. This last part I must do alone. You did well, little River Kitten. Let's hope it was not the last time. But for now, watch and learn. For I am the beginning and the end. I cannot be unmade. I cannot be undone. I persist. The world shall remember Baba Yaga. It shall remember and tremble before the mother of witches. Phew, now that was exhausting. Quite took the wind out of me, it did. Now sit down, oh swamp rats. It's not responding. Can't fix my mind. I can't control it. River Kitten, tell it to sit down. Hut, hut, sit down. You did well, little River Kitten. You did not disappoint, at least. Not yet. There's potential in you. You have a quick mind, see beyond what others do. You are a natural witch, perhaps even born to it. Few can do what you did. Look around you. Look at what you have created. This will be our house, our home. But I will allow you to build it yourself. Furnish it, decorate it. Make it just how you imagine. Embrace the light or the darkness. The grand or the humble. You will live in it and travel the lands within its walks. Within its walls. I will take the largest room. Baba Yaga needs your space. Makes them all 1 by 1 foot. More than a fair price for what I can teach you if you are willing to learn. If you are, take this wood and begin to build the future. Stay on top of the wooden platform. Control to open radio menu. Select building. Before I do, can I please get this thing out of my... Is there a reason I cannot... get rid of the branch? I've pressed every key. How am I supposed to... How do you rotate? Okay, I guess this is saying what's attaching off of, actually. Hover above any of your placed house parts and press C to store it away. Okay. Okay, so it's saying, all right. I'm getting. I thought it was supposed to be a 2 plank thing. It's a 1 square. All right. Let's. Add a bit of a front area. And a bit of a side. It's a witch's hut. It's not supposed to be even. I'm gonna do 1C just to see if it... There we go. How do... Okay, okay, it's... No. Yeah, well, I got it. Fine. Not the greatest tutorial in the world. Other direction, All right. Okay, so you can do that to do that too. All right. That is not the greatest building tutorial in the world. Right. Okay, Baba Yaga's chair. Granny can sit in the corner. I already slid it around precisely. Complete the trial of the chicken, sure. Allow you to speak to that directly, for you will be guiding us in our journey up the river. Give it like the brain of this place. Position the chair and talk to it. Believe me, you will find yourself speaking with things much stranger than the chair in your travels, such as the life of a witch. Steer the hut through the forest to where the fog is at its deepest. Enter it to leave this part of the world. Know that when you do, we may never return here, so make sure you have tied up your affairs and explore as much of the land as you wish, since there are still some places left undiscovered. Right, yeah, I guess that means we gotta do more exploring first. And I gotta finish the house. But I kinda wanna just see the house move. So, since we are nearing the end of the stream, I think I'm just going to advance forward and maybe if we decide we're gonna keep the game and continue with this, I'll do a fresh restart where I check out what's going on and things. Happy clucking. Stand up! Okay, putting it at the front was the correct decision. Go where I say. Okay. Why did it initially turn the opposite direction as I tried to go? Oh, it turns relative to my keys. That's really weird. I understand it's Baba Yaga. But I am absolutely building Howl's Moving Castle. If I choose to continue this. Yeah, this is just to check it out, so I'm not too worried about completion or and other stuff. That is neat. That is a neat mechanic, though clearly needs work. Also, my computer, which is, again, a 3060, is having a bad time. Oh, okay, I have to select it. Okay. I thought that was a loading screen. Trial of the Forest Spirit. I've not been to this place for many moons, but it will do well for your continued training. Expand our house, you'll need wood. For that, trees must be felled. Ha, you think this sounds easy, don't you? But don't go chopping anything down just yet. The Forest Spirit resides in these woods. He and I have an understanding. There is no such thing with you. You'll need to earn his trust in time. For now, just try to pique his interest. Process will take the form of a task. Earn the respect of the Forest Spirit by doing him 3 favors. Why 3? No one knows for sure. But 3 is considered a magical number, so it should please him. To find out what he needs, ask the people of this land. They know it best. Might serve you well to visit the Lutki again. There's much more to find out about these little wood blocks. They even have their own wisdom of a kind. I have questions about my test. What do you want to know? Village is this way, so I guess we will use the house as our transportation to get there. See if we get yelled at again. Yep, there we go. That's about it for our time for tonight. I gotta make some decisions, but this is a very interesting, unique game. I thought it would be more open world. But what do I know? Doing very little research certainly didn't help. But it's very unique and it's very interesting, though there's definitely refinements to be had in terms of both optimization of the game, tutorials, and mechanics. But it is early access, so I will decide how harshly I wish to judge it. But it's definitely something different. For now, though, we do need to end the stream because we are at the end and I need to go fall over. Well, I say that. I need to go edit. Then I need to go fall over. For now, though, I thank y'all for watching. I hope that you have enjoyed. Some interesting games. And a lot of my rants and rambles. Trying to think. I don't think I have anything else. No special announcements or anything. No? There we go. No special announcements or anything for tonight. I hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you all for watching. Welcome to the new people. And I will see you in the next video and or stream. Be safe and have a good one.